is 4 o'clock now. I'm meteorologist Melissa Nord with your weather impact alert. And we issued this yesterday because we were seeing the signs that one of these big storm clusters with damaging winds will come into North Georgia today. That's exactly what's unfolding. So our weather impact alert continues until 10 o'clock tonight. And the entire area remains under a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 o'clock. But new, just in the last 2 minutes, our first set of severe thunderstorm warnings are now coming out for parts of the viewing area. This is for West Georgia. This is until 4:45. It includes southern Polk County, Floyd County, Chattooga County, Floyd County, Polk County right there, and then up here into Walker County. I'm trying to get my bearings on this map behind me. So this is for wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. Hail possible to 3/4 of an inch size, so less than severe hail. But you're already seeing dark skies out your window right there. We've got a couple of little downpours, northern Floyd County, a few more little thunderstorms near Cedartown. But why we have the severe thunderstorm warnings is for this Boeing line segment of storms. Right now, that is still about 15 miles away from the state line, but it's racing east. These storms have been speeding up in the last couple of hours, and they're now moving east at about 50 miles per hour. So they're moving quicker. That means the wind gust speed inside of them can also get a lot more strong. So the severe thunderstorm warnings coming out, please take them seriously. We're going to see them lit up the entire line from north to south across our viewing area as we head throughout the rest of the afternoon. Just kind of a rough timeline. I put an east track at about 50 miles per hour on this, so you can see arriving in Rome by about 4:40 p.m. That's when we would expect those damaging winds. If it holds together at that speed, it could continue to speed up and arrive in Rome closer to 4:30. So I want you to be aware of that. This Boeing line segment of thunderstorms coming in from Alabama. It has lit up with lightning, number one, but especially where we're seeing the storm segment bowing out, this is where we can see a lot more of those stronger wind gusts. We had a wind gust at Birmingham International Airport recorded for at 61 miles per hour. They had a confirmed wind gust. You're also seeing in the bottom left of your screen right now, we've pulled up that live camera in Rome. You can see the dark skies. The clouds are blowing, but it's still dry in Rome right now. But this storm cluster that's to our west is only about 2 hours away from Atlanta, if that, at the rate that it's moving. So it's speeding up, going to be passing into the metro area in the 5, 6, and 7 o'clock hours today. Couple little downpours in advance of the main line. One of those there not far from the new Echo Park Speedway there in Hampton, Georgia, and Henry County. Couple of other little showers there moving through Coweta County, but it is this line segment of storms, this Boeing segment. We call this a mesoscale convective system. It has a history of producing wind damage, and as it moves into North Georgia, could potentially bring widespread damaging winds that could down trees and down power lines as well. What do you need to do now? Well, number one, make sure you have a way to get warnings. But number two, any lightweight or loose objects that you have around your house outside, go ahead and tie them down. Bring them in, because as these storms blow in, when they hit your house, they're going to hit your house quick in a hurry. So I want you to prepare for them right now. Let's actually measure how far they are as the bird flies, the crow flies from Atlanta. That's one of the things we can do here because we have a lot of time we're allowed to talk on 11 Alive Plus. So now they're about 87 miles from Atlanta, so about 2 hours from the main, not less than 2 hours really, so about 5:45-ish arriving in Atlanta, that main line segment. A couple of thunderstorms are out in advance of the main line. In fact, we're seeing the lightning count increasing there in Polk County as well. So this segment of thunderstorms, if it reaches the criteria, which it may by the end of this event, it started producing damaging winds back in Mississippi. It began yesterday evening as clusters of supercell thunderstorms in Oklahoma. But this may end up being called a derecho, depending on if we get those confirmed wind damage reports, kind of a certain number of hundred of miles across and across in that way in length. So this is a damaging wind event moving in, and it's moving pretty much west to east. It might get a little bit more of a southern movement. In fact, just in the last 15 minutes, the Weather Service has decided to expand the severe thunderstorm watch a little bit further to the south. So earlier it ended at Troup County and Meriwether County and Upson County. Now they've pushed it further south by a couple of counties to include Columbus as well, and Muskogee County. So they expect those damaging winds to even get into more of central Georgia. So this is our immediate concern for this evening, but we're going to be seeing more thunderstorms as we head later through tonight into tomorrow and even Monday, another risk of severe weather. Let me just show you one of our forecast track models. What this is not doing a good job of is showing the southern extent of that line, but what it is doing a good job of is showing the timeline of these getting to the Atlanta doorstep, or the West Georgia kind of state line doorstep at 4 o'clock. So take this with a little bit of a grain of salt, but this shows those storms in Atlanta at 6 o'clock tonight and then moving east around 7 and 8 o'clock. So we are expecting those storms this evening. And then as we head into the overnight, potentially another wave of thunderstorms moving through. If our atmosphere gets really good and worked over from this cluster of thunderstorms, I would remain hopeful that these would not be as strong. But in this type of setup, these storm cells can form, these clusters of thunderstorms can form hundreds and hundreds of miles away, and they just keep rolling east with the flow in the atmosphere. Today, we remain under a level 3 risk of severe weather. You can see for the entire metro area, North Georgia area, a couple of counties in a level 2 risk of severe weather, and it really is damaging winds that I'm most concerned about. Some of these warnings coming out, which I'm just checking my chat room with the Weather Service to make sure we don't have any new warnings popping in here. But some of these have been warned for 60 miles per hour and have small hail. The hail could increase a little bit, but it's really those winds that I'm most concerned about. Some of those 60 miles per hour, some of them could be 70 miles per hour. And with the ground being pretty saturated still, I know we had a few dry days last weekend, but we had more rain on Wednesday. Some of us had more rain yesterday evening. You know, the tree root systems can give way a lot easier. So damaging winds, even a 50 mile per hour wind gust, can down a ton of trees with how saturated the ground has been from recent rain. So at least we did have some time to dry out a little bit last weekend, but we did get more rain on Wednesday. So, you know, some of those root systems can give way a little bit easier. So I'll just go through one more forecast track timing here and then show you the radar one more time. Just kind of as a recap, it is a damaging wind event moving into North Georgia. 4 o'clock, it's moving near the state line right now. As we push towards 5 o'clock, they're going to be in the northwest Atlanta suburbs. Then by the dinner time hour, 6 or so, blowing through Atlanta. And then by 8 o'clock tonight, most of this cluster of thunderstorms should be out of here. Then we wait to see if more storms upstream, northwest of us, develop and lead to more thunderstorms later in the overnight hours tonight. And that's what this model run is showing, but not all of them do show that. But these storms are moving west to east, and why? It's because we've got this kind of frontal boundary right here that's draped, and in this type of setup, we have west to east flow. We call that zonal flow. So we get a lot of storm clusters forming up here and then just kind of racing east as we go through time. So that's why we have this cluster of thunderstorms not coming in with a specific cold front, but kind of racing east along that general boundary that is north of us, that stalled out system. Now, in advance of the storms, you may have noticed how hot and sticky it is outside. Yesterday, we hit 90 degrees for the first time this year, and we're still sitting at 91 today at 4 o'clock. So this is the second hour in a row we're sitting at 91 degrees. When we get hot and also really humid conditions, number one, the feels like temperatures are hotter. But number two, this is fuel for thunderstorms. As thunderstorms come in, and actually, I think, Reams, maybe in the background, we just saw some lightning strikes in that Roam camera, if I caught my eye correctly. It's fuel for thunderstorms. So these thunderstorms that are coming in, they have all of this energy. Think of it like a Pac-Man trying to eat up, you know, all the things in the Pac-Man game. Well, it's going to eat up all that fuel. So the hotter it is, the more humid it is during the day, that is peak daytime heating, and these storms can continue to get stronger. When we have storms coming in at 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, we don't have that same fuel outside. So they usually don't turn stronger at that time of day. But this time of day that we're in is prime for seeing the storms not just retaining their strength, but even getting a little bit stronger. So I just want to show you a picture of the next 12 hours for us. You can see the storm chances really ramping up in the next 3 hours. We might not see as many around, 10, midnight tonight, but then overnight tonight, models have been hinting there could be some kind of overnight wave of thunderstorms. So we'll be watching that. And just as a heads up, with this pattern, this stalled boundary near us, we're again going to see a risk of stronger storms tomorrow and again on Monday. You can see tomorrow in that green color, we're under a level 1 risk of severe weather. And then for Monday, we're under a level 2 out of 5 risk of severe weather on Monday. So watching that potential for more strong storms over the next couple of days. Let me go back to live radar really quickly because we have our severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 4:45. And in advance of the main line, I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see. This is Polk County right here, Haralson County, Buchanan. And over here, these are not part of the main line, but this thunderstorm, the lightning count, it's increasing. So this is becoming a stronger thunderstorm itself, moving east and towards Cedartown. Also a new lightning strike there on the county line. So that's also moving east, so eventually in towards West Paulding County and the Dallas area. Let me go further up in that warning area because we have a few more of these kind of discrete little downpours and thunderstorms. One over Somerville. One right here. This is Gordon County, Calhoun right here. So it's kind of in western Gordon County, that little nose of northern Floyd County, and then Chattooga County right there near Somerville. So the main line, though, why there's the warning in effect, it is this right here. And I'll actually put velocity data on here as well. I'll do that's storm reports on velocity. I just wanted to see if, when we get these Boeing segments, we also watch for little notches of rotation. I'm not seeing anything that's like screaming to me. It's a little bit messy on this, to be honest with you, which is good. So when we get really tight gradients, though, one thing's for certain that's going to be happening. This is Cleburne County right here, which is also part of our viewing area. You see where it goes from nothing to bright red really quickly? This is where we have those intense wind gusts that could be 60 miles per hour. So along the entire line, it's where it goes from green to red really quickly, and there's a tight gradient that we see the strongest wind gusts. So we're watching out for that. So again, that severe thunderstorm warning is until 4:45 this evening. Or this afternoon, and then I would expect as these storms keep moving east, we're going to have the entire north to south region of our viewing area lit up in severe thunderstorm warning. So those will all be coming in. From here, what we're going to do, we're going to send things back over to radar mode shortly. We've got a little cut-in on TV that we're going to be doing that we got to get ready for. But actually, let me get you a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one just came out, Dade and Walker County. So these are the northwestern corner of the state. There's Lookout Valley, Lookout Mountain right up here as well. So another severe thunderstorm warning. This one also for winds of 60 miles per hour. They've kept the enhanced risk of severe weather. And just to give you perspective, back in Huntsville's market, their weather service market, there's all of these emergency managers that just had these storms blow through, and pretty much all of them are saying trees and power lines are coming down left and right in the county. So not seeing a lot of structural damage reports coming in yet. It's mostly just trees and power lines. But of course, that tree or the power line falls on your house, that's significant. So seeing a lot of trees coming down, a lot of power lines down. I mean, it's pretty much every single county that I'm seeing from these emergency managers report trees down. And that also goes for Birmingham and their kind of emergency manager chat with us. Also multiple reports from multiple different counties of trees down and power lines down. So again, these storms are on the state line right now. They are just west of the state line. The Boeing segment, we call this mesoscale convective system. In advance, there's a couple of little discrete cells that I'm also keeping my eye on, but it's this main storm segment where we're getting the wind gusts that could be 60 plus miles per hour. So we're going to send you back to radar quickly. We've got a little cut in on TV. We'll be back over here as we start to get new warnings coming in. And of course, if there's any tornado warnings that pop up, we're going to be live on 11 Live and right here simulcasting at the same time. So we'll be back here shortly, especially the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, another extended live update. And as we start to get warnings in the metro area as well, we'll probably stay on here for an extended period of time. We'll see you back here shortly. Be safe. It is 5 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Melissa Nord, tracking severe thunderstorms pushing through North Georgia. These storms have a history of producing downed trees, power lines, sustained wind gusts, or recorded wind gusts rather, of over 60 miles per hour. And they're here. They're here. We're seeing them now in northwest Georgia. This is our camera in Rome, which earlier, about 20 minutes ago, we had a really impressive shelf cloud, a picture of a shelf cloud showing up. Image over Truist Park. The rain's been heavy there, but this is not from that main line of storms quite yet. Where it is, though, is pushing through Dalton, pushing through Rome and Floyd County right now, and racing to the east into metro Atlanta. So we are lit up from north to south with warnings across the map. So you can see all of our severe thunderstorm warnings, including the Dalton area. Earlier, we had a warning in Dade and Walker County for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and one such that alerts all of your phones. If you've turned on those wireless emergency alerts, it automatically sends those alerts on, because the winds in that can cause just as much damage as a tornado, if not more, because they're more widespread. But now, where are we seeing the newest warnings showing up? Well, we kind of zoom into the line. I'll go from north to south. First, let's go through Bartow, Floyd, Paulding, and Polk counties. That warning goes until 5:30 today, and that's a huge chunk of real estate all the way down to Paulding County and back to the west. And then we also have one other new warning until 5:30 today. This one for Paulding County, western Cobb County, Douglas County, Carroll County, and also southern Haralson County, and that runs until 5:30 today. The reason why we don't have warnings yet in Heard or Troup counties is because this line of storms is a Boeing line of storms. We don't have those storms quite to the state line yet. And if you see me looking down, I apologize, but we're in the middle of a chat room with the Weather Service, emergency managers and everything. And I want to make sure that I'm getting all the right information to you all as we get new info in. But these areas will eventually be put in severe thunderstorm warnings as well. What's unique about these warnings is that a lot of these that they've been issuing are not just your standard 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind warnings. They're for actually 70-mile-per-hour. So we're seeing that through this Haralson and Paulding and Douglas County warning until 5:30. It's this part of the thunderstorm right here in southern Haralson County, right over Bremen that has very, very strong winds that could be 70 miles per hour. So they've issued that warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and we're getting damage reports just coming in left and right from emergency managers back in Alabama who are just beginning the pieces of cleaning up after these storms. So zooming in, tons of lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning in Rome right now, and we'll actually take these little boxes off the maps that have these warnings on them. Let's zoom in a little closer to the metro. These are not the severe line of storms, but there are a couple of thunderstorms popping up ahead of the main line. Some of these have lightning and heavy rainfall. One of those there right now over Six Flags, another one right over kind of Georgia 400, Northside Hospital, top side of the perimeter, and then to the south side, as you're traveling from the 675-75 split down through Henry County from Clayton County and even into nearly Butts County as well, we're seeing that heavy rainfall pushing in, lightning count going up along I-75, driving down south in towards McDonough and north of Locust Grove right now. Let me see if I can take these warning boxes off. Here we go. All right, so I've taken the warning boxes off just to show you where we're seeing the strongest winds and the most lightning and heavy rainfall right now. I also want to note in Fannin and Gilbert counties, there is also some thunderstorm activity not associated with the main line. That main line of strong damaging winds is right in here. As the rain initially pushes in, you get the gust of wind and then the rain right at the same time there. So that's moving in towards Chatsworth and over towards Dalton. And then to the south, Gordon County, right over Calhoun, we're seeing that strong damaging wind right over Calhoun. That includes the Buc-ee's up there. Adairsville, it's on your doorstep right now. We'll go a little further south in the line through Bartow County. I mean, look at this lightning. This is impressive. I'm going to do a query on this so we can see how many lightning strikes we have right here between Polk County, Floyd County, Bartow County, and also out towards Paulding County, we have almost 200 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. So there's a ton of lightning there. And that storm system, the line of storms where we're seeing the damaging winds, is still just west of Paulding County. And then we go to the south again, and it's right in here where the storm winds are going to be at their peak, at their highest. And that's what's prompting this 70-mile-per-hour gust warning through Bremen, through Villa Rica, I-20 corridor there, and then Carrollton as well. So that'll be moving to the east at about, these are moving pretty quickly. So these are moving at about 50 miles per hour. And I just want to pop on our velocity mode, because this is one of the other tools that we use during damaging wind events, is we actually look at these and see where the colors are at their brightest for where the most damaging winds are. And we also look at them for potential rotation. Now I'm popping this on. I want to look at regular radar mode. So I'm seeing that little signature there, but I'm not seeing in the reflectivity what would scream to me as rotation. It's also not tight gate to gate, but I just watched for something like that, a little bit of broad rotation up there near just west of Adairsville, kind of U-Harley area, well, just north of U-Harley there. So tons of lightning there moving from Floyd County over towards Bartow County. And let's just kind of recap things. So the entire area remains under a severe thunderstorm watch. This runs until 9 o'clock this evening. So we expect damaging winds to be the primary threat that we're watching in this event. It's these straight line winds that could be 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour or greater. And the storm system itself, it's called a mesoscale convective system, MCS. These things form a lot in early summertime, and they just kind of ride with the heat from west to east. So this system along the leading edge, that's where we see the strongest winds. One thing I also want to note is the HRRR model, the high resolution rapid refresh model, was kind of picking up on how the southern extent of the storms wouldn't be as strong as the northern extent. And it looks like the Birmingham market not extending some of those severe thunderstorm warnings on the south. They've kind of let them expire. So maybe these storms are producing wind gusts of 40, 50 miles per hour, but not as strong. It's in the Boeing segment that we're seeing moving along and north of I-20, where we're in general going to see the highest damaging wind threat. Okay, so generally near and north of I-20, that's where we're seeing the warnings lit up. And a new warning just came out for Fannin, Gilmer, also parts of Lumpkin and Towns counties. Let's see if we can query this right here. So this is the same cell that passed through Cloudland Canyon. This one is for 60 mile per hour winds, I believe. 60 mile per hour winds. Let me get this up on my phone. 60 mile per hour winds and also some penny size hail possible. So that's going to run for Gilmer, Whitfield, Murray, Union, Lumpkin, and Fannin counties. And that'll run until 5:45 this evening. So they're saying those storms are moving east now at 65 miles per hour. That's really fast. And those are the storms that just passed through Dalton, right along I-75. They're moving in towards Chatsworth, which is also one of those common exit signs that you see off 75 trying to drive into Chattanooga. But we're getting reports in of the damage. We're getting reports in of strong winds. I'm also getting a lot of reports in. You may have seen it in Bremen or out in Floyd County, a shelf cloud. I don't know if you saw one if you've been looking outside your window, but emergency managers are getting that. And new Dalton Community Center, Convention Center rather, has had some of the sliding doors. I'll see if I can get this picture on for you. Sliding doors taken off of the doors, like they've been taken out of the wall from those strong winds. Dalton Convention Center, wind damage there. Wind report, Catoosa County, 43 mile per hour gust. Whitfield County, trees on vehicles, trees on some churches, and a lot of roadways down with trees down as well. So we're starting to get damage reports in from Dalton. And actually, if I can take 1 second, let me see if I can pull up. We have a camera in Dalton that I can get us. I'm going to put the roam camera up for 1 second and change my computer system so I can pull up my camera in Dalton, and I'll show you guys what that looks like right now. and we'll see if the camera actually works, because sometimes when you have these damaging wind events, the cameras go out because the electricity goes out as well. Reams, can you check? I think in Northwest Georgia, there's also a lot of EMCs that do power up there. Let's see. One of my cameras is still working up there. I'll go ahead and play this one out on that REM 58 for a second, just so you guys can see. I just wanted to pull up the camera in Dalton. So the storms have already passed, but I just wanted to look and see what it actually looks like, because the convention center, which is not far from where this camera is, that's where the sliding doors to go in the convention center blew out. But this camera point, I don't see any visual damage on the ground there, so it might have been on a slightly different street where those winds blew the doors out on the convention center. Multiple trees down in Polk County, so this is new in. Multiple trees down in Polk County. A lot of them are on roadways. Cedartown, multiple trees down. Rockmart, multiple trees down as well. And let's pull up our camera in Blue Ridge. Let me pull that up right here. Here's Blue. Oh, Dalton was going crazy. Hold on, let's go back to Dalton. Blue Ridge, people are still out and about, oblivious they're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to that map. Hang on, everybody. We're just tracking these things live as we're here with you. I want to play this out in Dalton because the camera's now shaking in the wind gusts. See that? Now, this is actually from one of our fellow stations that uses these camera systems in Chattanooga. So this is one of the Chattanooga station's cameras up in Dalton. They're technically just north of our viewing area here, but that's one of the areas that we knew that potentially had some damage. So that's in, whoops, let's go back to my live screens here. Bear with me, everybody. I'm going to get us back to square one and reset the radar. Okay, let me reset radar here. We'll go through all this again so that camera doesn't, there we go, there's Rome in there again. Okay. All right, let's kind of reset. What new information do we have in? Well, we have lots of trees down. Let's see, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that we already talked about at 5:04 that came out. But you can see these storms are racing east. They're really getting into the metro, passing into through Bartow County right now, on top of Adairsville, moving into Cartersville. And let's put the normal radar mode on here. And we'll show you all these warnings popping up. We'll kind of go from south to north. So we know we have damage coming in from Polk County up there. In Haralson County, we don't have any damage reports yet, but I would suspect in Bremen, we probably have some damage reports of trees down that will come in shortly based on the wind structure. Polk County is where we do have trees down, and you can see this storm segment even looks a little bit more impressive on radar here, but we had trees down in Rockmart, trees down in Cedartown as well, and those are on your doorstep. Dallas, Villa Rica as well, Paulding County, those are on your doorstep right now. Go a little further north in the line through Adairsville. I'm going to check this out. Yeah, so it's still right in here, like broadly, a little bit of broad rotation. I wonder if how we have these storms here, there's a little bit of inflow coming in here. That could be possible. Sometimes you can get a little bit of inflow. So, also that we're watching. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning just came out, the northern side of the metro. Let's pop up the info on this one. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Bartow, Gilmer, Pickens County, Cherokee, Cobb, Dawson County, Fulton, Murray, Gordon, Lumpkin, and Paulding until 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the Weather Service is saying they do expect those 60-mile-per-hour winds. We have a history on that part of the storm, especially we know we have damage reports from here, so these are going to be coming in that north side of the metro. That'll be 60-mile-per-hour winds, and these storms are racing eastward, so moving east at about 60 miles per hour, which is really quickly. Let's check on this warning. They're still going, they're saying it's moving east at 40 miles per hour, but the other warning was 60 miles per hour. So Let's actually put a tracker on this for you all so you can get kind of an idea of what time the strongest winds will arrive. I'm going to put it at 50 miles per hour, kind of in the middle of the two, and just know that as we put these city names on here, it's a give or take. You know, these storms were speeding up over the last 3 hours, racing through Alabama and into western Georgia, and they could still be speeding up a little bit more. So that warning, the warnings, the severe warned storms will be arriving in Acworth, so not far from Lake Allatoona, Emerson, Georgia, all of those places around 5:23. Shortly after that in Marietta, so I know Marietta is a very big, broad city, but that includes kind of West Cobb area at about 5:30 to 5:40 arriving there. Roswell by 5:45, and then Johns Creek at 5:57. So racing very quickly eastward, and if we actually take this line a little bit further to the south, we can talk about timing for the Atlanta area. And we've already got storms here in Atlanta, but the leading edge of those severe warned storms, let's time those out right in here. This is what I want, that sweet spot right over I-20, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. That puts it in Atlanta just 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. It's interesting because when we first did our live stream at 3 o'clock, I was saying it would be there about 6 o'clock. They'd be in Atlanta. And that's really kind of how they're trending. A lot of tree damage reports coming down, getting some in from Catoosa County, Ringgold area, more trees down there. So for the timing of this kind of I-20 corridor, it would be Mableton near Six Flags at 5:36. Douglasville before that, in about 10 minutes to 15 minutes, we would start to see the leading edge of those severe winds potentially arriving on your doorstep. Remember, there are storms out in advance of the main line. Those are going to bring heavy rainfall. They're going to bring lightning. They could still bring some gusts to 40 miles per hour, but it's this big storm cluster, the complex of thunderstorms, that I'm most concerned about for that wind damage coming in. And so that'll be arriving in Atlanta a few minutes before 6 o'clock this evening. Let's take this out. Let's go a little further up the line. And for Pickens County, it's on your doorstep. It's starting to move in towards Pickens County. So this is Gordon County right here. This is Pickens and Dawson. And so it is right now east of Calhoun, east of Buc-ee's is where the strongest winds are. It's moving in towards Ludville. It's moving in towards Cartersville. So it's already past you, Harley. And then let's put a timer on that because this can help us time out central Pickens County and also Cherokee County near, let's see, 50 miles per hour. For Woodstock. Woodstock about 5:30. Those storms arriving for you. So Woodstock by 5:30. Sugar Hill right at 6 o'clock. That's in Gwinnett County, and Gainesville out in Hall County by about 6:10. So this cluster of thunderstorms, this complex of thunderstorms, is going to produce damaging winds from north to south across our area. We're going to be dealing with strong winds. We're going to be dealing with heavy rainfall. Getting more reports in from Alabama constantly of trees down. A whole big list from Catoosa County coming in of all their trees down up by Ringgold. And if you remember the city name Ringgold, that's one area that had one of our most recent EF4 tornadoes, and that was back in 2011. That Ringgold right off the interstate had some really devastating damage there. But here in Atlanta, looks like we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out. So this runs until 6 o'clock this evening for Fulton County, for Fayette County, for Clayton County as well, for Douglas County, Coweta County, Heard County, and this is going to run until 6 o'clock. Let me check this warning and see what they've put it out for. This one is for 70 mile per hour winds. So 70 mile per hour winds. That is almost hurricane strength winds. Hurricanes start at 74 miles per hour. The damage you get in 70 miles per hour versus 74 is not that different. I want you to treat this as the equivalent of a low-end tornado or low-end hurricane. Okay, so what that means is, as these storms are coming in, I don't want you to be outside, number one, but I also don't want you to be looking outside. I want you to be inside, away from windows and doors to the outside. You know, a mobile home is not a great place to be right now. I want you to be in a sturdy structure if you can. So Put the walls and windows in between you and the outside, and I just want you to treat this as if you are in a tornado warning. Treat it as if you're in a tornado warning, because this line of thunderstorms moving through has a history of producing damaging winds. Damaging winds and confirmed wind gusts well above 60 miles per hour from north to south on that line of storms. As this passes through, so sorry, a reporter Reams. Can I give you I'm sorry, I've got a streaming producer here. Can you coordinate with Galat on a location for the 6 o'clock? Just have her in Atlanta. Just have her in Atlanta. So I'm sorry, everybody. So we're juggling a few different things here. So what you need to know is we've got this huge line of storms coming through North Georgia, and these storms are producing damaging winds from north to south. Some of these warnings are for 60 mile per hour winds. Some of these are for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We're seeing 70 mile per hour wind gusts potential right here towards I-20 in the south side of Atlanta. These warnings right now are for 60 mile per hour winds, but the storms can strengthen even more. So we're watching those storms coming in. They're moving very quickly. They're moving at about 60 miles to the east. I'll actually put a pause on this. Let's draw a line. Let's time it out ourselves. Here's where they are now. I'm going to take it back 1 hour ago. Here's where they were an hour ago, thereabouts. So let's measure it, and they're moving about 60 miles an hour. So based on that, let's clear this. I'm going to do a big tracker along the line. I'm going to do a big tracker along the line so we can time out the entire line just to give you an idea of when it's going to be in your county. Not 118 miles per hour, 60 miles an hour. So these storms are moving into Marietta in the next, and that's like downtown Marietta, not and West Cobb, not East Cobb, Marietta. So 526 there, Atlanta around 545 to 550 in Atlanta, and really they're going to be arriving in the perimeter, that outskirt of the perimeter, around 545 or so. Okay, so 545 arriving kind of west part of Atlanta, give or take, and then moving into the downtown area, even though we already have storms right there. For Gwinnett County, Johns Creek by 545. So if you're in Beaufort, not Beaufort, I'm sorry. If you're in, what am I trying to say? Peachtree Corners, Norcross. If you are out near, yes, near Beaufort, we're going to have those storms arriving for you around 545 to 615. It's going to go from that northwestern side of the county down to the southeastern side of the county, and then eventually for places like Griffin, which is on the south side, Griffin right here in Spalding County, arriving 615. So this kind of gives us a big picture look at how the storms are progressing eastward. We know along the entire line of storms, it's going to produce wind damage. That means down trees, down power lines. Can you check Georgia Power outage map and tell me how many are without power so far in the counties that have gone ahead and had the storms go through? So again, this entire line of storms is producing damaging winds. It's arriving in Pickens County near Jasper right now. It is arriving in western Cherokee County, so that's going to be arriving here shortly in Canton and Holly Springs, 575 near Woodstock. It's right over Lake Allatoona, between Ackworth and Emerson, right over Allatoona. West Cobb, we're starting to see those storms push in towards Kennesaw. This is Davis Crossroads, Lost Mountain. This is Dallas Highway right here, and that travels into Paulding County. And you can see the storms right there. This is Barrett Parkway, where it kind of intersects there by the Staples. And then this is right here, that's kind of Dobbins Air Force Base, just to get your bearings. Let's go a little further south along the line. Now, as we go a little further south into Smyrna, we've also got these really intense big thunderstorms over the city of Atlanta as well. I will show you our tower camera, which is overlooking downtown. And you can see there, we've got intense thunderstorms happening downtown, but it's not the high winds in those thunderstorms like we're seeing in other parts of the line. Let's go back to the line here. Let's see if we can pull it up, and we'll zoom in a little bit closer. So strong, heavy rain right over Atlanta right now. We're not seeing the wind component. The wind component is coming back here, and that's moving through Hiram right now, arriving in Hiram, and that's arriving as well in Douglasville in the next 10 minutes. Looks like there is another new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Nope, that one's expired. Okay, so we're getting a whole bunch of new wind gusts in. Bartow County, White, Georgia, so that's another common exit name you hear driving up 75, so I'll show you that on the map right here. Bartow County in White, Georgia, so up in here, there was a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust there. Douglas County, multiple reports of trees down. Some of those trees down are in Villa Rica. Some of them are in Overlook Drive and Golfers Way. And where was Galat?
They are in Kennesaw right now.
They're in Kennesaw. Okay.
They're gonna start making their way down 75.
Okay. Tell them to be safe. Okay. I just want to make sure we're keeping all of our crews safe. So we are still seeing the potential here where we have confirmed reports of 56-mile-per-hour winds in Bartow County. That could be heading into Cherokee and Cobb County. And then it's this southern extent where they've issued this 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. So that is for Six Flags. That is for Union City, Fayetteville, Tyrone, Peachtree City, Noonan area as well, and back towards Sonoy. Also Fairplay in southwestern Douglas County. That warning is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it's pretty much on your doorstep. I also want to note that looks like the storms are a little bit stronger as well down here. Just want to look at velocity here. Near Roopville, Central Hatchie as well. That is in Heard and Carroll counties. Stronger thunderstorms right in there. And then we have, as I kind of loop things, we've got these few cells that have been developing in advance of the main line, and these are pushing northeastward. So the main line's coming in like this, but we've got these little cells in advance that are lifting north like this. And one of those little cells is right on top of Atlanta with a lot of heavy rainfall. Another one here throughout Rockdale County, another one over southern Newton County and eastern Henry County. We'll pause this and zoom in a little bit more. So we've got these little tiny cells that are not severe warned, but they're going to bring some intense brief rainfall for you as they lift to the northeast. One of those right on top of Atlanta. So if you're trying to get to a shelter location in advance of the severe thunderstorms, well, you know, you're dealing and battling with this rain that's coming in. Just getting more reports in on my little chat room of trees down. It seems like it's widespread, pretty widespread in terms of who's seeing tree damage. There's not one county that's not going to see that potential. So again, these storms are coming in. We're probably gonna...
I have outage maps if you want it.
Oh yes. Can you get those in?
Yep.
All right, so here's an outage map, and I see a lot of outages up there in Bartow County. Can you click on that county in the 3,700, and that's in Bartow?
Look at this other monitor.
Okay. Bartow County, 3,700. Rome, I can't see the county count. Oh, 3,300 in Floyd County, and then what about Chattooga County? 772 without power. And it looks like we also have some power outages coming in for Henry County and Clayton County there. Henry County power outage. Dime-size hail in Talking Rock in Jasper County. 2,200 without power in Henry County and about 500 without power in Clayton County. So that was just from those little cells in advance of the main line. And now we're seeing that the greatest power outage risk is heading into Atlanta with these severe thunderstorm warnings. So these are warned again, some of these for 60 miles per hour, some of them for 70 miles per hour. And it's not one area that's not going to get touched by severe weather. It's an entire big line of thunderstorms that's racing eastward and producing intense, damaging winds. Reports now of dime-sized hail. Come on in, Chris, if you want. Do you want to touch base about the 6?
I've already gotten with the producers and stuff.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I'm going to go through 6.
We'll keep going for another 10 minutes and reset for the 6. Does that sound good?
It is, so if there are any more destructive or considerable attacks, we may go on
Okay.
TV.
We have considerable for Atlanta right now.
Okay.
It's a 70. So if you want to, we can hop off here and hop onto TV.
Yeah, go on here for another 5 or so. And then
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So we're probably, since this is getting into the heart of the metro, going to hop on 11 Alive, and you'll actually be able to watch that as well on 11 Alive Plus, right, Reams? Okay. So again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings across the map from north to south. damaging winds. This is what I want you to expect, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Treat that not just like a severe thunderstorm warning, but some of these warnings for 70 mile per hour winds, I want you to treat them as if it is a tornado warning for your house. And the reason why is when we have that widespread of straight line wind damage and the winds getting to 70 miles per hour, it's really not that different from a Category 1 hurricane. It's about the same as a Category 1 hurricane, not that far off from a low end tornado as well. It's about the same. So I want you to treat it as if you're under a tornado warning for winds of 70 miles per hour. So we're seeing that wind potential. I'll draw a line on here because I think it kind of helps to tell the tale. I'm going to take the lightning off because that's a distraction. I'm going to also take the watches and warnings off because that's a distraction. It is the leading edge of this complex from there to there. Okay, it's the leading. I didn't do a good job drawing on the south side, but it's the leading edge where we're going to get the severe storms, where we're going to get the damaging winds. This stuff in advance could have some gusts to 40 miles per hour, but it's not going to bring the same punch as this bowing segment of storms. And again, the entire line of storms, as I'm starting to get more and more damage reports in, we're seeing damage reports coming in from almost every county. We're seeing them come in from Dade County, and we've seen them come in from Chattooga County, and back in Alabama, now Polk County, we have about a dozen different reports of trees down from the intense thunderstorms. I'm going to pull back up. Looks like Blue Ridge is on 59. I'm going to try to pull that back up. 59. So we can take a look and see how that's changed. And we had, when we looked at this about 15 minutes ago, there were a bunch of people outside. It looks like those are all starting to head inside. So that's good. The storms are not there quite yet. I'm not noticing the winds pick up quite yet, but they're on your doorstep. Let's also take a look at this Floyd County camera. Floyd County is looking okay right now. Let's also go to our camera at Truist Park. Ominous clouds in the distance, under a severe thunderstorm warning there in Cobb County until just after 6 o'clock tonight. I believe 5:45, maybe 6 o'clock. And we're looking west with this camera, so we're looking into that line of severe thunderstorms. So we're looking west into it. I don't see the same type of shelf cloud feature that we were looking at our camera in Floyd County up in Rome earlier, but there are some kind of little ominous clouds in the background. We are already tracking rain there, and we'll take you to the map again, the radar map. We're going to wrap this up one more time. We're going to go through these warnings, and then we've got one new warning that just came out, so we'll go through this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hop off here for a couple of minutes. Radar's still going to be circling. And then we're going to be from the main studio getting ready for our newscast and potentially cutting on air as well because of how significant some of these damaging winds could be as these storms are coming in. So we'll just go from north to south through the line. So Fannin, Gilmer, Murray, and Union counties, you're under severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. The strongest parts of those storms right now through western Fannin County, Blue Ridge is right there, and then also western Gilmer County. We're also seeing the strongest part of that line of storms there. To the south, new severe thunderstorm warning just came out until 6:15. This is for Dawson, Gilmer, Lumpkin, and also Pickens County. It also includes a little bit of Hall County, it looks like. This until 6:15. I want to query this warning and see what the wind gusts are on this. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, penny size hail, and the really strong part of that right now is over Talking Rock in Jasper County, and that's rather Pickens County, Jasper County, and moving east. So that is moving east there. And then to the south of that, we go into Cherokee County, and those storms are right on top of, new reports coming in, right on top of Cherokee County. All right, to the south we go. Cobb County, storms are moving in right there through West Cobb, Ackworth, Kennesaw, out towards Austell. They'll be moving in shortly, and Mableton. Of course, we've got this big storm right over Atlanta and the north side of Atlanta. That is not the damaging wind potential. The damaging wind potential comes a little bit further to your west. My hope would be that having that little cell go over Atlanta before the main line might save us from some of the wind damage, I would hope, but I don't want you to let your guard down. And then we also have new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in Gilmer County just came in, but we'll keep going south through the line and then reset again. Douglas County, and then also to the south in Carroll County, Noonan. That's all moving in your direction. So new warning looks like just came in. Oh, they're continuing it. Okay, great. A lot of wind damage. Gilmer County, trees down, power poles broken. Douglas County winds are now gusting to 35 miles per hour. Multiple trees and power lines down in Paulding County from the emergency manager there. If you remember, Paulding County had an EF1 tornado cut through Hiram. And that was, or Dallas rather, that cut through Dallas. That was back in March. That was the beginning of our severe weather season. But a lot of reports coming in now from our western suburbs of trees coming down. So these are on our doorstep in Atlanta. Moving through Cobb County, Douglas County right now, going to be moving east and towards Gwinnett, North Fulton, Henry, Clayton, Fayette as well. So we're going to hop off here for a couple of minutes. You're going to see radar looping, and we're going to be on the main TV here shortly, and we'll have more for you there. Please be safe. Treat these warnings as if it's a tornado warning. Some of these are for gusts of 70 miles per hour. I want to make sure you're away from windows, away from doors. Go to the inside of your house, because these winds coming in come in fast and furious, and they are producing down trees and power lines left and right.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb in from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We are breaking into programming right now with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now. And this system is moving into highly populated areas here in the city, up into North Georgia. They have been very strong in parts of West Georgia, and now all of this closing in on us. Normally, we would cut into programming for tornado warnings. We do not have any tornado warnings right now, but these are not the run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings are serious whenever we get those, but now we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that had earlier been tiered as considerable damage and even destructive damage in parts of Northwest Georgia as they were moving in. As these are approaching the city, they are still very strong. We're talking winds 60. At times, they have been up to 70 miles an hour, and even in Northwest Georgia earlier, we had one of those severe thunderstorm warnings that was indicating winds that could have been around 80 miles an hour. Now, if you'll recall, there have been times when we have EF0 tornadoes with winds estimated at 75 miles an hour that can cause damage. Well, we could be seeing stuff like that, even though these are not rotating and are not classified as tornadoes. These still have very strong winds that can cause damage, and they have had a history of causing damage. We are getting new reports in right now from Douglas County about a house fire there where the fire truck is having to detour around trees that are on the road in order to get to that house fire. And now you can see, look at these storms now. The yellow polygons here indicating severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have multiple counties included in these severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see the stretching from the south side there in Coweta County, down along 85 to the south, up through South Fulton County, moving through the city of Atlanta, up through North Fulton County, into areas of Cherokee County, also up to the north in Pickens, Dawson counties as well, southern parts of Gilmer County. Multiple counties there included in that. I'm putting the lightning data on here right now so you can see all the lightning in association with this too. Now, interesting, as you get into Atlanta, we actually had a few showers and storms fire up here ahead of the main line, and that's what you're seeing right now moving through parts of DeKalb County and into Gwinnett County. And these have really started to intensify a little bit, but so far right now, these ahead of the main line have not triggered any new severe thunderstorm warnings. I do expect some thunderstorm warnings, though, to be extended over into more of DeKalb County and over into Gwinnett County very soon, as we have this very heavy rain and thunder and lightning now pushing on over to the east of us. But right now, you can see here in the city of Atlanta, I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter here. So you can see these storms are over us right now. And again, these have at least 60 mile an hour winds with them. And up ahead of that, some of these winds may be ramping up even more in parts of DeKalb County as well as into Gwinnett County. But look at these back here into areas of Cobb County, there along and near Truist Park. We also have these showers and storms where we have those heavier rain showers pushing in here. The airport is right here. You can see the airport right there on your screen. We have a ground stop right now at Hartsfield Jackson in advance of these storms that are moving in. And this is our tower cam looking over the city of Atlanta, where we have those storms that are pushing into the area right now. Look at those clouds now as they are building in to Hartsfield Jackson. There is an airplane there on the runway. I'm not sure if they're holding that for takeoff or if it's waiting to take off for right now, but they do have a ground stop right now at Hartsfield Jackson in advance of these storms that are moving in. And you can see those clouds as they're building in. We also saw the winds there that were whipping up too, where the camera's shaking a little bit. This is a live look right now at Truist Park. I was just pointing this out on radar here with that very heavy rain on the north side there at 285 and 75 north. Look at that camera shaking too, with some of the stronger winds that continue to move on through, and that very heavy rain. The visibility greatly reduced with that heavy rain, as you can just barely see there the seats in the stadium, but beyond that you can barely see anything else that's there in Truist Park right now. Gosh, look at that camera shaking there even more. We're also seeing some flashes of lightning too. Melissa Nord is in here with me right now. Melissa has been tracking these storms. She has been streaming all afternoon on 11 Alive Plus. Melissa, you have been watching these storms as they have been progressing and transitioning a little stronger in West Georgia than they are right now here in the metro area, but still these we have to take these very seriously as they're moving in.
Yeah, and you know what, Chris, we're in this chat room with a bunch of emergency managers and everything, and the emergency manager in Cherokee County said they have one of their weather stations on Yellow Creek that just gusted to 89 miles per hour when it tilted and stopped working. I'm not sure if that's a verified report. They'll have to look back through it with radar data. But if we have gusts even over 70 miles per hour, that's causing widespread tree and power line damage that's happening. And you want to treat that, as Chris was saying, not just like a normal severe thunderstorm warning, but like a tornado warning, meaning go inside, away from windows, away from doors, that interior room in your house. And also some wind reports coming in. City of Roswell, the fire department is saying they've been gusting over 50 miles per hour in northwest Forsyth County as well. So we've got a lot of reports coming in. Trees down, power lines down. The power outage numbers keep climbing. Several different counties, Chris, have outage numbers over 3,000, and it's growing on our Georgia Power outage map.
And Melissa, that camera behind you just really shaking there at Truist Park with those strong winds that are moving in. So again, if you are just joining us right now, we are breaking into programming not because of tornado warnings, but we are breaking in because of severe thunderstorm warnings that are actually elevated severe thunderstorm warnings. These are not your average severe thunderstorm warnings. We have multiple counties now in these warnings, and these winds are strong. These winds have a history of producing damage, and these storms are impacting all of us. Now, I don't think many people are going to be able to escape these at all. These aren't just the pop-up storms where somebody might get one and another person gets nothing at all. This line is impacting everybody, as it's already moved from West Georgia now into the metro area and through the metro area here in the city of Atlanta. And then they are about to move over to the east and these areas on the east side. Get ready, because these stronger storms are moving your way as well. I just saw that Northside Hospital.
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
It's on Max
58.
on remote 58. Yeah. If y'all want to take that, the Northside Hospital camera there, really shaking, and we're getting a lot of flashes of lightning there too, Melissa.
And that camera is pointed north. Normally in the background you could see the King and Queen building, you can see Georgia 400, and right now behind me you can't see anything. You see those power flashes happening right now. Very intense storm right on top of Atlanta. And really, Chris, this thing is blowing up over DeKalb County and southern Gwinnett County as well on radar. I'd be curious if, let me pull up in this same source real quick, our DeKalb County Decatur camera. And let's see what that one looks like. Oh, Decatur camera, why does that show Georgia Tech?
Yeah,
58.
There's the Decatur camera.
There's Decatur, so it's just about in Decatur. Let me see if I'll pan that around to the north, and we'll check that out in a second. Okay,
so let's come back to radar, because we're going to break down these areas where we have the warnings right now. And what we're going to do at the top of the hour, we're going to go into our newscast. I'm not sure if we're still going to run that commercial break or not, but we will start our newscast at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. Let me know when we need to come down, if we're going to reset there for those couple of minutes for the commercial break, if we're just going to go straight into the newscast. But look at all of these counties that are in these warnings here. You've got Coweta County, Fayette County, Douglas County, Fulton County. Melissa and I have been talking about this. I really expect a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued at any time now for the rest of DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, as that's kind of pushing out ahead of that main line. But look at this cluster of thunder and lightning in Cobb County, moving into central Fulton and into North County as well. And then moving up to the north too. I'll kind of push up to the north so we can see these areas where we also have that in Cherokee County, Pickens County, actually Dawson County, Lumpkin County. There it is. Melissa just said there.
Yep. They just said they'd issue a new one for the east side of the metro. Also, multiple trees down in Pickens County, some on houses, very close to where that station, which is reported the 89 mile per hour wind gust in Cherokee County. So southern Pickens County, some trees down on houses because of how strong those winds were. And this is that brand new severe thunderstorm warning that we have with that area that's coming out. And Melissa, is this still tagged as just, it's not considerable or destructive there? We've got, go ahead. Yeah, 60 mile per hour winds on that one. Okay, so that's one good thing now, that at least we're not talking about 70 and 80 mile an hour winds right now. 60 mile an hour winds with this. Look at that very heavy rain in DeKalb County, also over into Gwinnett County. This warning extends over into these areas of Rockdale County, northern parts of Newton County, Walton County. There's Gwinnett, Barrow County. You're included in that too. So what's happening is the National Weather Service is issuing these warnings up and down the entire line of storms, and they're extending it out to include a lot of counties to give everybody a lot of notice there before these storms move in here. And this is going to be in effect until 6:45 this evening with those storms moving
moving over to the east, and that's going to end up pushing into Monroe in just a little while there. So really, numerous counties. It's going to be hard to escape any kind of rain today. You've got to get into a safe space there with these strong winds and heavy rain. The good news is they're going to move through pretty quickly. This isn't going to last all night long. In fact, we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 o'clock. Melissa and I are going to be breaking all of that up for you coming up in just a few moments here, as 11 Alive News at 6 will be starting right at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. We'll have more for you on this coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us for 11 Alive News coming up. Okay, here again is that severe thunderstorm warning, a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect. What they're doing is they're taking away some of those counties over on the west side as the strongest storms have already moved through. So Rome, you're actually looking okay right now. Rockmart, Villa Rica, you're on the back edge of this, but these are the storms moving right through the heart of the city right now. In these areas of central Fulton, Cobb County, also there moving into Gwinnett and to DeKalb County right here from Redan, really I-20 northward into DeKalb and then over into Gwinnett County too, with plenty of thunder and lightning and strong winds with these storms as they continue to move on over to the east. So multiple counties included in severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have winds that have been 60 to 70 miles an hour. We are getting reports in of damage on the backside of this system, and we expect to get more coming in. Stay with us. 11 Alive News at 6 starts in just about 2.5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Structure
Perfect.
fire with tree in the house in Smyrna.
Good evening and thank you so much.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb here on a Saturday evening with you as we are tracking these showers and storms moving through our area. These have been very intense. Melissa has been streaming all afternoon here, giving you extended updates as these showers and storms were coming in from Alabama, approaching West Georgia, moving through West Georgia, when at that time, some of those warnings in West and Northwest Georgia had the tag of considerable damage and also destructive damage there as they moved through parts of Northwest Georgia. We even had some winds of around 80 miles an hour. As the storms then got into the Atlanta area, still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with that, but with those winds, they were around 60 miles an hour. They had kind of come down just a little bit, but we still have numerous counties in these severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I'm going to take the lightning off for just a moment so you can see these polygons over on the east side. Now here in Atlanta, we still have some rain coming down, but the strongest of the storms have already moved over to the east of us. But still in Atlanta, we're dealing with some of these showers. That will start letting up in just a little bit. But over to the east, that's where we have those stronger storms right now that are over these areas. You see the polygons right here, the yellow polygons indicating severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll start up here in North Georgia, where you can see these in parts of Habersham County, as well as into areas of Franklin County, Stevens County included in that. We also have these warnings that are also into parts of, well, actually Banks County is not included in this one here, but we do have these areas from Gainesville over into parts of Jackson County, Clark County. We still have some of these warnings in Gwinnett County, over into areas of Barrow County, and now extending into Oconee County, Clark County over near Athens, and over to the east of Athens, northern Morgan County included in these. I mentioned Walton County and a little bit of Newton County there along I-20. It's where we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. We're talking about very heavy rain, strong wind. We've been dealing with winds that have been around 60 miles an hour with these storms over on the east side. These storms also have a history of producing damage. Take a look at all the storms that came through Northwest Georgia there. Plenty of thunder and lightning. We have numerous reports of structure fires, most likely from lightning. We have numerous reports of trees down in the area. In fact, Coweta County posted just a few moments ago saying that they've had about 30 to 40, let me make sure I get this right here, Coweta County, currently 30 to 35 tree down calls and an accident on 85 with a possible entrapment. That's down in Coweta County as those storms move through. And then we also have reports back into Douglas County of numerous trees down. Also into the Smyrna area, we had a report of a tree down and potentially causing a fire. The one in Douglas County, also a tree down and a fire there at a structure. But the fire department actually had to detour around trees in the road to be able to get to that house fire. So we're just getting numerous parts of some damage coming in right now. And I keep looking at my phone. We have, I'm on a chat live with the National Weather Service right now, and we're getting the information coming in to the National Weather Service from a lot of emergency managers around. Gilmer County reporting multiple trees and lines down, 2 houses affected there with 5,000 power outages. In Pickens County, he's saying that he's having a hard time keeping up with all the reports of damage coming in from that emergency manager there as well. So we're getting a lot of reports of damage coming in. Douglas County, approximately 15,000 without power between Georgia Power and also Greystone Power. So a lot of damage there on the west side coming in. And what we're watching on the east side as these storms continue to move on over to the east, they are still holding together. Not as strong as they were in West Georgia when we had those tags of considerable damage or destructive damage there, but we still have at least 60 mile an hour winds with some of these storms pushing on over to the east. Now again, back here in Atlanta, the strongest of the storms have already moved away, but we still have some light to moderate rain and even some rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning, but not classified as severe here anymore. But go over just to the east, even on the back side of that. So here's the leading edge right now that is pushing into those areas of northern Oconee County. This is also, excuse me, and coming out of parts of Jackson County, getting some really heavy rain there around Commerce. And then these storms again in North Hall, the north end of Lake Lanier, getting in on some of that damage there right along 85, the 985 corridor there as well. And that's all moving to the east. So this is about to move into Athens in just a few minutes. In Clark County there in Athens, you are included in a severe thunderstorm warning, even though you're not getting rain in your area right now. You are seeing some of those stronger storms moving in. As you can see on your screen, the camera that we have there at the bottom right, that is Athens. You can see those dark clouds that are approaching the Athens area right now. That is that leading edge of the rain. And there on the top, I can't read that, Reams, that's Gwinnett County there. Is that 85?
Yes.
85 in Gwinnett County. You can see that the roads are very wet, traffic having to slow down a little bit as those rain showers continue to move on through, probably right in this area here along 85 there in Gwinnett County. So the storms pushing to the east of Atlanta, but even though they're through the city and we're kind of breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief here as the strongest storms are moving away. Okay, here's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued, and this pretty much goes right along I-20. That is for those areas of Madison, coming out of Rockdale County. Pretty much this newest warning right here starts right at Covington. This is where we have this cluster of rain along I-20. That is going to keep moving over into Morgan County, and so that's going to push into Madison in a bit, and then eventually into Greensboro. We have the north end of Lake Oconee right here at the Putnam Green line, and also there the Morgan County line. So that's going to be moving into Morgan, into the north end of Lake Oconee, and even much of Lake Oconee here in just a bit. So if you know anybody there at the lake, tell them to get off the lake, as this is going to be moving their way with those strong winds, heavy rain continuing to move through those areas. New report here. Let me get to this from the National Weather Service and from emergency managers there in parts of Jackson County, where I was just showing you there those strong winds that are moving through. Okay, they are just still talking about the very strong winds that they have right now in Jackson County, which is up to the north there. But there's that brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me give you the expiration time on that for that newest one that was just issued. It'll be in effect until 7:15 now for Greene, Morgan, Oglethorpe, and also Walton County. In effect until 7:15. That's the latest warning that we have. And then I'll go ahead and just kind of ride up here and show you this additional warning that we have. And now what the Weather Service is doing is they are including large polygon boxes that include numerous counties here. Here's the one for Barrow, Clark, Gwinnett, and Walton, and that's a large one there. And that actually extends over into Clark County too. That's in effect until 7 o'clock. So numerous counties here. Let me query this one right here as well. That would include the Athens area. That was also in effect until 7 o'clock. So that line, as that continues to move on over to the east, will pull away. And then we're going to have quieter weather for the rest of the evening. Then we have to watch some additional storms possible going into the early morning hours on Sunday. We're thinking, though, that because these storms already moved through tonight, that's going to take away a lot of energy from the next wave of storms that'll be coming through during the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning, hopefully keeping those below severe limits. And then we'll watch additional storms that could pop up later on tomorrow. So just another active weekend here. I know that a lot of you, I had a great chance earlier today to be outside for a long time as we had a great first part of the day, but we were just expecting these storms to come in late afternoon and then push through during these early evening hours. And again, for Atlanta, the strongest stuff has already moved on out. And now we still have some of these more moderate showers that continue to move on through. Here is another look. Additional severe thunderstorm warning up here for areas of Stevens County, also Franklin County, and the southern parts of Habersham County there, from Mossy Creek moving on to Toccoa. Now in Helen, as you know, they were having starting on Thursday and into Friday and through the weekend, the great Helen to Atlantic balloon race. And even though those racers already moved out a couple of days ago, they still have a lot of hot air balloons up in Helen, where they were still inflating them and doing tethered rides. Well, of course, that's not going on tonight as they have that heavy rain and storms that are moving through there too. But here is the core. And just look at all these yellow polygons here. They're overlapping each other. And I know that it looks like just a lot of yellow lines here, but that just goes to show how many counties are included in these severe thunderstorm warnings to the east of us. So I want, even though in Atlanta, we're doing okay now, but still folks over on the east side are still dealing with what we already had move through our area just a little while ago. And you can see here Northwest Georgia is already clearing out, parts of West Georgia already clearing out, and the National Weather Service is taking away counties from that severe thunderstorm watch that was supposed to be in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. And as we widen out a little bit more, that's that main line moving through. We're expecting to still see some showers and storms developing here tonight out to the west. That's what could push into our area during the overnight hours tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So here's a look at that severe thunderstorm watch that we have. And I'm going to show you this full screen so you can get a good look at that. We're watching that those counties over on the west side have been taken out. Now earlier it was showing all counties in North Georgia in this watch until 9 o'clock, but now they're taking the western counties out because those strongest storms have already moved through. I expect them to remove some of these counties here in the metro area now that those strongest storms have already moved through our area. So even though you're seeing this is in effect until 9, I don't think Atlanta is going to be in this watch until 9. I expect those counties to be removed here pretty soon, and then they'll keep taking away more counties as that system moves over to the east. So I really doubt that watch will make it all the way to 9 o'clock tonight with those storms continuing to push on through. You can also see here, that's our Athens camera. We're going to keep this up for a bit because I want y'all to be able to see that line as it moves in. Oh wow, look at that lightning there. Our camera is even shaking a good bit from the wind that's kicking up ahead of that line as it's about to push into the Athens area. Now, we were telling you all day today about that level 3 risk for our area. That is still in effect, a level 2 risk down to the south, but they'll be updating, the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center will be updating this area most likely around 9 o'clock tonight, and I think they'll definitely be taking that level 3 risk away, but we'll still have to watch for the overnight hours, any additional storms as they move in, if they could turn severe. And then tomorrow, we're all in a level 1 risk. So I don't think it's going to be as active tomorrow as it was out there for today, but still some isolated storms in our area that could turn strong. I think most of the chances are higher well to the south and east of us for those storms to be a little bit stronger and to have a few more numerous storms that are down there too. Again, I'm keeping an eye on this here while I'm talking to you guys of all those lightning flashes and the wind really shaking that camera in Athens as those storms move in. Then on Monday, look at this. We're back to a level 2 risk as we still are just going to be in the same pattern here with heat and humidity, storms building and just waves of rain coming in, and at times those could turn strong. So take a look at temperatures because this goes to show you the impacts of that rain-cooled air. At 5 o'clock tonight, we had a temperature of 90 degrees here in Atlanta, and now it's down to 74. Thanks to that rain that came in and really dropped those temperatures from the lower 90s to the mid 70s. Athens, you're at 87 right now. That temperature is going to drop when we get the new hourlies that come in at 7 o'clock, as that rain is bearing down on Athens right now. 88 in Thomaston. LaGrange is at 89, but then behind that line, those temperatures really have come down. So what happens with that is that stabilizes our air somewhat and with the cooler air in place, and that's why we think any additional storms that come in overnight tonight will be a little bit or not as intense. And also the storms that have already moved through are kind of zapping our atmosphere from any energy needed for those storms to turn strong during those overnight hours. But again, that's something that we're going to have to watch very closely. So here's where we are with our forecast track. This is our graph model that pretty much is initializing pretty well, showing those storms again pretty much through Atlanta, down on the south side, moving over to the east. Watch what happens just over the next few hours. By this goes to 11 o'clock. They're not only gone, they're way out of here by 11 o'clock at night. They exit very quickly. Then you can see here the partly cloudy skies that we'll have tonight at 11 o'clock. And then here comes that next complex through the late night hours tonight and overnight. Now, I know this looks daunting. You see a lot of reds there, a lot of oranges, where we do expect to have the potential for some pockets of heavy rain, but we just don't know that these would be strong enough to be classified as severe. This is at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Then we go to 7 o'clock in the morning. More of those showers and storms on the south side there at 7. A couple of showers rolling through mid-morning, but then by lunchtime tomorrow, if you're going to be at church tomorrow and just after church, a lot of those storms are going to be well out of here once again. In the afternoon, some sunshine breaking through, but you can see some of those pockets there of just some isolated showers that could still develop here for those afternoon hours on your Sunday. Again, a couple of those could turn strong, but it's not going to be anything widespread. And then going into Monday, another look at the morning hours with a few clouds. Additional moisture, though, pushing in, and with these into those afternoon hours, some of those could turn strong as well. And we're in that level 2 risk, so we'll be watching for the potential. Once again, this would mainly be pockets of heavy rain, hail, and also damaging winds. Not really a big tornado threat with this. Today's storms, the Storm Prediction Center had a low outlook for any rotation to develop, and we didn't see anything with that, but we just had those strong winds that at times were up to 70 and even 80 miles an hour. If you remember, when we had some recent tornadoes that were EF0s, we were talking about winds that were around 75 miles an hour that did some damage. Well, these today were not rotating, they were not tornadic, but still some winds up around 70 and even 80 miles an hour in some spots. And again, a lot of those damage reports are coming in. Later in the day on Monday, those storms move out. Then early on Tuesday, we start off with clouds. We're going to hold on to about a 40% chance for showers here on Tuesday going into Wednesday as well, as we're just really going to be stuck in this pattern for a while. Hopefully drying out a little bit more once we get toward the end of the week. We hope, crossing our fingers for that. In fact, take a look at the rain chances here. We hold on to 50% chance for showers, storms Sunday, 50% Monday, going to 30% Tuesday, and then 20% chances for Wednesday and also on Thursday. So hopefully we'll get a break in the action. Generally mid-80s here for the next few days as we hold on to some of those clouds and those rain chances, but then potentially upper 80s Wednesday, back up to around 90 degrees here for your Thursday. So as you saw here, that weekend outlook, we're already seeing those storms today. More showers and storms here during the day tomorrow too. The European model showing the extended outlook where we're not really seeing any big changes moving our way anytime soon. We just have the scattered showers and storms tomorrow. Also into Monday, additional scattered showers and storms. Into Tuesday, still some of that moisture around. Wednesday, lower rain chances here. That's when those rain chances go down a little bit more, as well as into Thursday. But then into Friday, again, at least some rain chances, but on the lower end. And into Saturday, additional rain chances once again going into a weekend. So here is that 7-day outlook where we have those storms that are going to stick with us Sunday and Monday. High temperatures generally there in the mid-80s. Then going into Tuesday and Wednesday, actually Tuesday a 30% chance for showers, Wednesday 20% chance, and there you go, 30 to 40% chances for rain heading back into your Friday as well as into your Saturday. I'm going to go back to radar though. I want to check on these storms continuing to push through over on the east side. I just want to make sure we don't have any additional warnings. Well, we do now have some additional warnings there with that bottom part there south of I-20. So earlier I was telling you about this warning that was right along I-20 that with this part of the storm that goes through areas of coming from areas of Newton County, also into those areas of near Social Circle there in Walton County, Greene County, here's Social Circle here at Walton County. Then we have Morgan County right here at Madison, and then Greene County. This is for the area south of I-20, the brand new warning that was just issued a few moments ago for this part of the storm. This is almost kind of bowing out a little bit right here, which is an indicator of some really strong winds. So it's this part that's well to the east of the city that is moving in through those areas here south of I-20 into Jasper County, also into Putnam County, moving into Baldwin County, as well as Hancock County over here. And again, Lake Oconee is right here, and again, parts of Greene County in that too. So it's this part of the storm still strong as it's going out along I-20 and just to the south of I-20 with that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that. I'm going to show you here when that is going to expire. It's a brand new one here. That's going to be in effect until 7:30. Again, for Greene County, Jasper County, Morgan County, and also Putnam County. That's the brand new warning that just came out. Yes, that's the new one here that we have. I'm getting some other stuff coming in with some of those warnings. I'll also mention here this warning that is in Greene County, and then these near Athens, where we have these, again, multiple counties within that, with that main line pushing through the Athens area, going up through Commerce, about to move into Carnesville. That's that leading edge, continuing to push on over to the east. And now those warnings extending more out over to the east. And I'll put a query on that one as well, so we can see those counties included there. Clark, Jackson, Oconee, and Oglethorpe. That's in effect until 7:30 tonight, as that line continues to move on over to the east. So I want to widen out a little bit more so you can get a good perspective of these areas that we're watching here. In Atlanta, we still have some rain coming down right now. Moderate rain, some light rain, even a couple of pockets of lightning here. Got a little bit of lightning in North Fulton, also on the back edge of this system into Pickens County and also Dawson County. Moving to the east, but here is that leading edge. That's where you see all of those yellow polygons where we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So this is all pushing to the east, about to move through. Actually, they are pushing into Athens right now. Plenty of thunder and lightning as we're on this wide range here. Okay, they just issued a new one right out here, but that's beyond our viewing area. That would include those areas of Hancock County that I just mentioned and on over to the east of that, but that is beyond our viewing area there. That's getting over into the Augusta area. But let me show you here. I'm going to give you what you see here on your screen behind me right there that's the Athens camera. So that's the storms that are coming into Athens right now with that heavy rain and also those strong winds that are pushing in. But I'm going to come in just a little bit tighter. I want to do a lightning count on these storms. And, oh shoot, hold on a second here. Let me query this. And 268 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes out of that entire part right here. A lot of that is clustered around Athens and just to the north and west of Athens. And then with this part right here, heading down toward Social Circle, that bit of lightning right there is where we see most of that. And then a couple of these spots so are over near Phoenix there into Putnam County and over toward Washington, Georgia to a little cluster there where we've had some clusters that have developed ahead of that main line moving over toward the east. And even a little bit of lightning back there in parts of Troup County, moving into Meriwether County with a couple of showers that are pushing into that direction too. So in Atlanta, things are looking better. These storms over to the east, but still, you folks over on the east side, you've got to keep an eye on these as they're not as strong over in Madison, Morgan County, and over in Athens as they were into parts of northwest Georgia. So we in Atlanta are about to see the back edge push on through. We still have a little bit of light rain in Douglasville, in Cobb County, Kennesaw. You're already out of the rain. Of course, Carrollton, Bremen, up toward the Rome area, you're out of the rain. Gainesville, you no longer have severe thunderstorm warnings for your area, but you do have some of that moderate rain still coming down, and that's going to be ending soon. It's just to the east of you. Once you get over toward Commerce, Carnesville, Toccoa, Mossy Creek there, the southern parts of Habersham County, you're getting that heavy rain. And then the core of those storms right now pushing into and through Athens, about to move into Elder with that heaviest rain. Madison, you're about to get rocked by some of those strong winds and the heavy rain. There's that leading edge moving right along I-20 right there in Madison with those heavier showers moving through. And that's the part that we're watching. Look how this line, see how that kind of bows out just a little bit here? That's where we have some of those stronger winds. Pushing into Monticello, Godfrey, that's going to be into Eatonton coming up in just a few minutes here. Madison, it's coming to you in just a moment. Now again, these are not tornadic, but we want you to be inside in a safe place just because we have these winds that are around 60 plus miles an hour in some spots. And again, look at that camera right there. There you see it. We'll take it full. That is Athens right now as the heavy rain's moving in. The camera shaking from that wind, the rain hitting the lens there. We have been seeing lightning strikes in Athens. Look at that camera just really shaking there because of those strong winds pushing through the Athens area, and a lot of lightning strikes there too. This camera pointing toward the west right now, looking toward where we would normally see a sunset with those heavy showers there and winds. We're most likely seeing winds at least 50 miles an hour, some gust of 60 plus possible. I don't think everybody in Athens, excuse me, is getting 60 mile an hour winds, but still strong winds there. And there again, you see some of those lightning strikes there on the camera and those heavy raindrops hitting the lens. But that visibility may be improving just a little bit more there as well. Let's see, I don't think I can show you the airport camera. We did have a ground stop at Hartsfield a little while ago. I'm not sure if that ground stop is still active there, even though we still have some rain right here at Forest Park. But the heaviest stuff has moved through, but they put a ground stop in at Hartsfield Jackson a little bit earlier, in advance of the storms moving through, but we're checking to see if that is still, the ground stop is still in effect there for those areas. Additional warnings are being issued, but those again are pushing out of our viewing area. Well, it still is for Greene County and Morgan County, but pushing over into parts of Tolliver County too, as that continues to move on over to the east of us. So it's going to be exiting our area very soon. It's already through Atlanta. But when I say exiting our area, I mean out of the Atlanta viewing area. And once these clear, this what?
Ground delay.
Ground delays right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. So again, from those showers that came in, they had the ground stop. Now delays that are there too, as there's probably a backup from those planes and flights that were not able to take off on time. So it's going to take a while for everything to get caught up at Hartsfield-Jackson for a bit. East side, that's where those strongest storms are located right now. Still plenty of lightning over in Athens. We'll just watch that activity down for areas moving into Putnam County and into Morgan County with that heaviest rain pushing through. I want to get another look here. Okay, they did. All right, the National Weather Service did just take some counties out of that severe thunderstorm watch. So Metro Atlanta, no longer included in the severe thunderstorm watch. They took out another tier of counties there. So actually Rockdale County, you're no longer in it. Henry County is no longer in it. Spalding County, no longer in it. Pike, Lamar County, you're in it. Butts County is still included. We also have those areas just to the east of Rockdale there in Newton County, Walton County, up into Barrow County, Hall County, Jackson County, and on up to the north there in parts of White County, up near Helen and Rabun County, all right? Those counties to the east, still in a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 o'clock, but as we said earlier, we really were thinking that they would take the metro counties out well before the expiration time, and they did just do that. So things are looking better for the metro area now as we're just dealing with some of those scattered showers and storms. I want to check on something here from the National Weather Service. They were talking about... let me get to that. Okay, no one has answered the question yet. Someone was asking in the National Weather Service chat about the storms potentially coming in tonight, if that was still going to be a threat. And I was curious to see what they were thinking, whether or not these storms from earlier today have been strong enough to kind of zap some of the energy from the redevelopment of the storms possible for later tonight during those overnight hours. So we'll report more on that for you too as we kind of watch what's happening here in the atmosphere still with that rain-cooled air moving on through. So I think we're going to do right now, Reams, if that's cool, or do you want me to go on until the top of the hour or go ahead and come down? So to summarize, things are looking better for the metro area. No longer in a severe thunderstorm watch. We have those storms, though, to the east of us still producing heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and strong winds. Multiple counties still in severe thunderstorm warnings, some of those in effect until 7:30 tonight. We're going to keep an eye on these. We may come back on in just a little while, but the whole thing is these are about to exit our viewing area and our area of responsibility for the Atlanta market. So we're going to keep an eye on these as we take a little bit of a break, reset here at the top of the hour, and watch those storms moving away. We may come back on for another extended update soon, and of course we're going to have more for you. I'm assuming Melissa may do another one tonight at 9, just that's the normal time we do those. And then of course tonight at 11 o'clock we'll have complete details as the storms are gone, and whether or not we need to be concerned about additional storms overnight. And we should have some live reports on any of the damage that was left behind there for tonight too. So what we're going to do, coming down on streaming from this extended live report, but what we will do here is keep an eye on any of these damage reports coming in, and we're going to leave the radar loops up for you so you can watch the radar still and keep an eye on those storms as they move away. So we'll have a lot more for you later on tonight here on 11 Alive Plus, Weather Impact 24/7, and of course on 11 Alive News later tonight at 11 o'clock.
It is 7:30 and we're still tracking severe thunderstorms moving through portions of North Georgia, and these storms have a long history of producing damage. And in the last hour, we are getting damage report after damage report after damage report coming in from various emergency managers and local officials here in North Georgia, and also photos coming in of so many trees down as well. This photo our Cody Alcorn sent us from Hull County, and you can see this tree was uprooted. He sent in a couple of other photos from officials out there of different trees and power lines down. And Galat Malamed, one of our 11 Alive reporters, talked to the homeowner who was in this house when this tree fell on top of the roof. Luckily, no significant structural damage here. We also heard a report of a lightning strike with a house fire in Smyrna as well, and a lot of damage reports coming in North and Northwest Georgia specifically. The damage reports are just now starting to filter in for places east of Atlanta. So we have a higher concentration to the west, and you can see this whole swath of damaging winds all the way from back in Mississippi eastward through Georgia. This damaging wind event brought by a mesoscale convective system, and this right now is exiting East Georgia, going into South Carolina. The winds itself on it are not quite as strong as they were as this system was in West Georgia, but still could be producing some damage. So we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are just about expired. You can see the one in Putnam County just expired here at the bottom of the hour, so that's good news. We also still have a little bit of eastern Oglethorpe County in a severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock. That part of the cell, the strongest part of it, we have a lot of lightning and heavy rain over Enterprise, but the strongest winds are in Elbert County and to the east. So we're looking at the wind threat calming down there in eastern Oglethorpe County. A lot of rain continuing in northeast Georgia, but the damaging wind threat is now east, pushing in towards Greenville. So this big storm complex is exiting North Georgia. What about tonight? Well, we're not completely done with storm risk for tonight, but at least this evening, we're pretty much done with storm risk. They already canceled off a severe thunderstorm watch for most of the metro area. We've still got it in place a little bit longer to the east, but we do expect that to be canceled off as well. Now, we've got one area of low pressure right here. You can see our cluster of thunderstorms as well pushing into South Carolina. But I actually want to turn your attention back to our west. You see these couple little showers starting to develop over central Arkansas. This will end up being a bigger feature in the overnight. Watch the forecast track. Here's our evening storms that are going to be exiting. Watch what happens in here. Storms start developing or really blow up in the overnight. This sends some thunderstorms down across Mississippi, Alabama, and into Georgia by the early hours of tomorrow morning. So we're not totally done with storm risks for the overnight, but I don't think those storms will be quite as intense as what we just experienced in general. I think our atmosphere is a little bit worked over. By the way, I don't know if you've seen the intense traffic camera down on the bottom left of the screen. That is in Elbert County. That's along State Route 17 in Tungsten. And you can see the lights themselves blowing in those gusty winds, the cars going a little bit too fast through some of those intersections. But Elbert County is one of those counties under a severe thunderstorm warning still, and that also includes Oglethorpe County. So let me show you forecast track a little bit closer in. I will say take this with a bit of a grain of salt. Sometimes in these types of setups, the models are not perfect with the timing or location of storms, but I like the trend that this shows through the overnight with having that second wave coming in early tomorrow morning. So this has our evening storms exiting, quiet between now and pretty much midnight, and then after midnight we start to see some storms coming in from the north and west in the early hours tomorrow morning. So although these will not be as extreme as what we just experienced, first thing Sunday there could be another round of some heavy rain, another round of thunderstorms shortly around or before dawn. And then as we head into the afternoon, we should see drier conditions moving in. So tomorrow we have a level 1 risk of severe weather. There could be a stray afternoon shower, but a lot of the features that we're going to be watching tomorrow is that early morning round of rain. And then for Monday, we have a level 2 risk of severe weather for the whole area. And I'll show you a forecast track on that. Here's our morning wave of showers and rain and thunderstorms. And then for the afternoon, maybe a couple of hit or miss showers and storms popping up. But that next more widespread opportunity for showers and storms, we may get lucky and see it holding off until Monday. So another round coming in late tonight, early tomorrow morning. morning. Sunday afternoon does not look very wet for us. It looks mostly dry. I have put in a 20% rain chance there for some isolated pop-up activity, but it really looks like that morning time frame we have a much better chance of showers and storms. And then by the afternoon, we're starting to clear things out a bit with just a 20% rain chance. And then by Monday, our next best opportunity for showers and storms later on in the afternoon. So for tomorrow, we'll start off around 70 in the morning with morning rain and thunderstorms topping out about 85 in the afternoon. 70 forecast showing as we get this round of storms out here, we are not done with storms altogether for the week. We've got a 50% chance on Monday of showers and storms. That storm chance gets a little bit lower middle of the week. Some models have us dry completely. Some keep a few showers in that picture. And then by the end of next week, a slightly more favorable setup for some scattered activity with showers and storms back on Friday and Saturday. After this, you're going to see looping radar here on Weather Impact 24/7. And as we get to 11 o'clock tonight, join us for the news. Our reporter Galat Malamed is out surveying damage coming from all those storms. A lot of reports of trees down, power lines. We'll be showing you that, but also tracking the developments with that next wave of thunderstorms that's just now in its infancy in Arkansas. We'll see you then.